What is going on, everybody? I think that's working. Really? Oh, you're actually not hearing that. I'm surprised. So I am finally live again, not getting into it, not going on with that crap. Going to be doing some models here today. Hopefully with better outcome than last time. Why is the cam stuck? Why is the cam stopping? Is there a better one available, maybe? This one's not bad. Let me see the other over here. Oh, it's got a little thingy down the bottom too. Excuse me, where the hell are you going? Can I interact? Waterfront is close. Go away. Bugger off. I kind of like this one. We'll have this one for now. So yeah, I'm going to be mucking around with some models here today. Hopefully better stream than the last time I've done this. Hopefully this week I will be back to actually doing my streaming. You know, that thing. Haven't forgot. And I need to find the actual URL for the stream, for the webcam stream things. Because having to close those ads are getting really old. Anyway, I'm going to mute this mic. Figure out what lawnmower out there I need to try and, you know, make it explode. Because, you know, it wasn't until I actually hit the button, suddenly let's start the lawnmower. It's like, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the hottest point in the day. Why the hell, excuse me, why are you staring at my ass? That is creepy. I just closed you. Holy crap. Yeah, hottest point in the day. Cutting the lawn. That's smart. I have the other camera set up and I just need to activate the mic. So we will be a couple of minutes here just for final prep. Mic check. That looks good. Alright. I gotta lose my watch. Starting to wonder if I need to wrap my wrist. Okay. I'm hoping my brushes are going to behave, because I recently did a bit of a deeper clean on them that I haven't done before. Let's turn that fan up a little, because it is, I mean, it is cool compared to what it has been. Oh, son of a... I forgot the lenses for the magnifier. I could probably get away with using the reading glasses things that I've picked up. But I do have these, so I may as well use them. I gotta get the text off the screen right here as well. All right. I am going to... Oh, crap. Let me just grab those down there. My knee loves this. Please, can I have some more? Okay. Where'd the tip? Oh, there it is. All right. Let's try this again. Command medium. Contrast medium. I forget what that one's for. I'm gonna need a little bit of that. Not quite sure why I picked up that one. Red base replaces the Mechrite that I have, I think. Contrast, layer. Okay. No, not the 10. Give me a 5. Show me the other 5. I have no idea what it is. I'm assuming it's a 10. Let's go with this one. We're using it for metals, so... Actually, let me hold off on that one. Let's use the other one. Where'd you go? There you are. Crap, get back here. Evidently the fan likes to take that, so let me, here. You're a paperweight right now. It's a little thinner than I had wanted. A little bit more attention underneath. That should work. There was something else that I was needing to... Oh, what the hell? How's there flashing on that power weapon? Son of a... Okay. Quickly look for purity seals or anything like that. Ah, crap. Probably need to go back over that with a little bit of darker color to fix that up. Going back over that blade with like a white prime coat might not hurt. Because A, there's evidently still flashing on it. And B, I have to go back over the base manually with primer anyway. And there are a ton of purity seals on this shoulder pad. Oh, I might have missed a purity seal on the leg. Oh, and this is the shoulder pad with a ton of purity seals on it. I don't know if I've been painting some of these off screen, as in having them too far over here or what. I just noticed that it was partially off camera. Have to touch in on some of that with the silver that I've been using. Check for purity seals again real quick. Nope. That should work. I think I've got the back edge of that done. So what I'm currently doing is actually not actively painting those spots. But this is kind of like a brightening up of the foundation of the... Oh, why is there silver spatter all over you? How is there silver? What? Okay, whatever. Just brightening it up so that the lighter tone sits on it better. So it's kind of like repriming it. But it's repriming it for a brighter color. Because I thinned it down just a little too much. And it's just kind of sitting a little funny. Why are there so many fluff bits on that? What the heck? How do you get so many fuzzes? It's just this one too. Oh, I missed a little bit of silver down here. I will probably end up forgetting that little bit. What the heck? That's better. I need something to weigh this down. Purity seals, no. I need to go back over all these with the plasma cannons, or plasma guns, and brighten up the plasma coil before I paint that. Oh, purity seals. Almost missed those. I think this is one of the Death Company shoulder pads that I commandeered. Alright, no purity seals on that one. Let's take a moment. Purity seals. Shoulder pad. Shoulder pad. Way too much again. What are you doing with the microwave? Oh, I must have missed a couple here. Probably gonna need a stiffer brush, probably like one of the makeup brush things. And I'm probably gonna need to grab the white primer. Question is how would I want to do that? I haven't painted a plasma gun in the style that I have been painting my other sidearms. Can I reach one of those right now? Oh. Come on. Focus. I might need to try one of the plasma guns with the teal stuff. I had a foundation paint for this. Old school foundation paints before GW made them into base paints. I think I used the Astronomicon gray. Maybe? What's that one? Fenris. No, it wouldn't have been Fenris. Most definitely was not Iodine. I still got a lot of shaking to do on this. come on. Work with me here. There's just always a couple of paints that are a pain in the ass. Oh, and now you don't even want to open? Oh, you are coated up around the end. Where'd that toothpick go? There we go. This is what generally ends up killing your Citadel or GW paints or Warhammer paints. Okay, first you drip into there. Up around here, this ring.
I've got a gift for you. I've got a gift for you.
Oh, come on now. Well, that's up there. There we go. Clean that ring out around the side. And your paint pot will close much, much better. And if it closes better, then it's more airtight. And if it's more airtight, your paint lasts longer. Which is why it is that I have some paints. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. Oh no, I've already dumped you out into a other bottle. Ah, here we go. So we are talking very old paint. And to try and preserve the little pull tab, there we go. Because these little tabs right here tend to break off really easily, but that's still very much a good liquid paint. And that's the point. It's like those, like this era paint pot from GW, from Citadel. Do I even have a year on it? No. But it's like this era. They lasted a long time. This era, I mean, just for the record, that's not a penny shaking around in that one. But this era is not bad. They've been using this style now for a few years. And the hard part is when crap gets gunked up around the ring, like I just showed. And if you pay attention to it, you can prevent it from killing your paint. Now, I'm going to do this the way that I normally do the foundation paints, which I didn't do last time. So what I do in this case, I actually don't put it on the palette. A little bit of paint. Dip it in a tiny bit of water. And then wick some of it away. And I guess where I'm going to be going over a portion of this anyway. Oh, come on now, work with me. Oh, what did I do? I don't think I have that option on this. Oh no, I guess I could touch it up. I'm just going to do the entire back edge, aren't I? Because there's not really a way I can get around that. Now, do I want to paint that front muzzle part? Oh, I got an idea. I got an idea. I haven't silenced my phone. Dang it. For some reason, that brush is not behaving for me today. Let me see if I can figure something out. Welcome, Raiders.
Is that posted or what?
Well, I figured I'll try this. Still gotta get my mic back on and get the screen down, but how you guys doing? There we go. I am assuming, seeing you are rating Little Ol' Me, that you guys were also doing some kind of Warhammer or miniature painting? What were you guys up to? You know, for the number of these caps and tubes that have sat around, floating around the damn department, it was a pain in the ass to get the cap off the tube to release the brush.
I've never had any issues doing that, but then again, I do it while they're still in the container, and I just pull the actual brush out.
Let's see if this works any better. Cause yeah, both of these are the same, and this one has been flared due to metal, I know that. But that one was holding its tip until just before I got up and tried to futz with things. It's like, since I cleaned the brushes, and I don't know if the other ones are like that or not, but let's get back to trying this.
Love GW's fucking customer service chat.
Okay.
Oh, they act as if all of them are servo skulls.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, welcome back. This unit is pleased to assist you again.
Okay. Nope, this way. Where's the other one?
Sit down and shut up. I don't want to hear a word come out of your mouth. Why won't you listen to me?
Oop. son of a... I knocked everybody in the head. No, that's not it. Where the heck? There you are. Why does Wizard Lord not look like the color I was using? Well, maybe.
I don't know why, but I keep wanting to go back to him and do more on his case, but I know if I do more on his case,
I mean, there's always the risk that you'll mess something up every time that you go back over a model. But the more time you spend working on that model, the better it should end up getting, too. That is not the one I needed to pick up and start painting.
so it should start moving the GPS over the next couple of days.
Can they identify where it will be shipping from?
It's shipping from their headquarters down in
Memphis.
Memphis. But that's not the reason I want it. Because most companies, you can actually go in and see how they
Uh-huh, and absolutely nothing can be left to a surprise with you.
I said most times. In this case, it can't.
Because it probably hasn't been picked up.
They were created on the 26th. So 3 days ago, Friday. So right after I requested the placement.
Drop the tracking in my DMs.
It only makes sense because technically we would have wanted to purchase the original item.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I got snubbed by the packing.
And if we had split the pack in any other way, I would have been the snub.
I know. Should be in your DMs. It's the actual link to it.
As in the UPS link.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, let us show you one person that you are following on the front page. And then everybody else is going to be people you have absolutely no idea who the hell they are. It used to be a thing that it would just automatically go into following.
Mm.
But now it doesn't.
These brushes are okay, but they are not great.
No, they're not great. That's why I've been defaulting to most of my older ones.
Oh, really? I know that. Where the hell's the...
You're looking for one of these that had 17 of them.
Yes, well, those are for yours. Just because you don't use them doesn't mean anything. I will have to look for that in a bit. Okay.
Time for free pronoun.
Yes.
Finally get what you've been saying. Now that we're knee deep side by side, the storm clouds are circling above us.
And as a reminder, you do not need to use as much as you've been putting on the palette, especially since you're only putting it on a small portion anyway.
I feel your grip firm on my shoulder, but this fear in my head won't subside. They patiently circle around us as we hold out. Oh Father, why have they forsaken me? You warned me that they would. The curse is passing down the bloodline. I'm smoking and misunderstood. We're losing light and strength of will. The darkened depths beckoning still, and we hold on against the tide. Beneath the storm, left to fight alone. Remember
There's still gray on the roof.
No white on all the under portion of it. And then if you were doing it the way that I was suggesting, it would be sharp metal on the upper portion. Brightest of bright. It's not by name.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for
Okay.
my name. That would still be a shiny silk.
If you're wanting it silver anyway.
Yes.
This sorrow weighs down on my shoulders. This fear's getting harder to hide. You'll leave me alone in this darkness.
Be careful pouring that one. There seems to be pressure inside the
Against
tube, so it will pour a little faster than you expect. Probably should have finished off the metal before I clean the brush.
Plaster?
Yep.
Just to confirm, we were talking about these sections here, right?
Yes.
I finally get what you've been saying. Now that we're knee deep side by side, the storm clouds are circling above us as we struggle against the tide. I feel your grip firm on my shoulder, but this fear in my head won't subside. They patiently circle around us as we hold out. Oh Father, why have they forsaken me? You warned me that they would. The curses passing down the bloodline, smoking and misunderstood. We're losing light and strength of will, the darkened depths beckoning still, and we hold on against the tide.
White first.
Huh?
I should have done the white first.
The wraith bone goes on top, or the white goes on top of the wraith bone. The wraith bone is a base. That's not a primer.
I know,
Okay.
but I should have done the white before I did the silver. Is what I was getting at.
Why?
Why not?
Metal is an opaque. It won't brighten up just because you use white underneath it.
I'm not saying underneath it. From everything I am remembering, the little recessed areas are white and the raised stuff is silver.
Yes.
So why would I not do the white first?
It depends on if you find it easier to paint in the crevices or to not spill.
The sorrow weighs down on my shoulders. This fear's getting harder to hide. You'll leave me alone in this darkness, left to hold out against the tide.
Hey, wizard. Everybody dies? Yeah, in 40K, it's not exactly a pleasant universe. Why does that look so gunked inside? What the hell?
That's weird. Then again, I wasn't looking down into the paint pot, I was just using what was in the crevice.
Yeah, the heresy definitely had an excessive number of people die. Of course, you're also left to the realistic mathematics of GW in the process, where tens of millions in one conflict seems to be an okay number that's very easily replaced. And it depends on the writer. Some writers have a little bit more realistic math involved. Other ones not so much. Slowly working through the novels of the Heresy, because they came out after I had took a break from the hobby for a while. But I had a general idea of the backstory and stuff, as did everybody at that time. And then the books started coming out. Like, obviously they had other novels and stuff around that point. But the Horus Heresy novels really started to put things front and center. Gotcha. If you're into the lore and you have not started a delve into any of the novels and stuff, as with a lot of other people, I would recommend The Infinite and the Divine. It is... I mean, in one argument, it might spoil you to the rest, because the writing is really good, a really good quality. The story is borderline humorous in some ways, which kind of falls outside a lot of the realm, but it does primarily focus on two Necron characters. But the interaction is very much relatable to the two old guys from the Muppets, Statler and Waldorf. It's like the interactions between them, even though they are technically enemies, are
frenemies.
They are frenemies. They are frenemies, but they are technically enemies.
According to every other Necron in existence, they're enemies,
Including each other. But no, it's a great novel. It's probably one of the lighter-hearted ways to get into the 40k novels. Some of the other really good ones, at least from audiobook short perspective, would be any of the ones for Black Shields. And if you are familiar at all with Horus Heresy, yes, it's about Trazyn and Oricon.
Space Marine shenanigans, but still Space Marine at the same time would be the ones that I read for Sisters.
How would that play in for Space Marine, a Space Marine but not Space Marine? Because I haven't dealt with those yet.
Not Space Marine, but Space Marine. Because they're not Space Marines, but technically they're encompassed under the Imperium and the Space Marines, and the book had everything, alright?
Under Imperium, yes, but they are not Space Marines. Even Sisters will argue with you that they are not Space Marines. They do not want to be compared to.
But there were a bunch of Space Marines in one of those books, I just don't remember which one.
Likely salamanders.
I don't know. I also don't remember what's called.
And this should surprise nobody. I read it yesterday. What book? I don't know.
Huh?
I'm not wrong, which is why you're fussed. Okay, I'm going to need to have that washed, but I'm trying to think on the best way to do the plasma. Because it's like, I don't normally do the dynamic lighting, primarily because of the fact it's a pain in the ass if you're not highly skilled with an airbrush. I missed some silver. Da-da-da. I don't have one of the brushes here to try and work on that a little bit better. One of the spongy almost makeup brush tip things, similar to the way that the makeup brush eggs are, and use that to dab around the plasma coil. Yeah, none of those will work. Yeah, I have worked out a formula to create my own known oil, because the amount of oil across every single army, that just gets problematic.
Expensive, I believe.
Yeah,
Trying to.
and
hide.
considering, let's go with this. It's not exactly black, and that's done for a reason. Because then when you oil it, it starts looking more like black armor. Case in point. I'm not sure how much I want to go back and touch up though. Like, there's a part of me that wants to go back and wants to, you know, make the belts brown and do this and do a more
Me and the fucking
traditional.
librarian.
What about the librarian? But it's like, let's see here. It's like, there's a lot of other highlights and things like that I could very easily do on this. It just depends as to how heavy I want to go in on it. It almost looks like the cloak is stained on one of the upper portions there. And I don't know what happened there. Yeah. It's almost chalky on the upper portion. Yeah. Yeah, but this is because I used the ghost goop. And without rushing my way through Deathwatch, after this I have my Grey Knights to finally actually finish. That's been worked on since 5th edition. and deal with.
Finish it in expansion 20.
I will finish it just in time for them to nerf it through the damn ground and give it the Primaris treatment. Take all the standard Grey Knights all in one swoop and move it to Legends, so that nobody could play unless they suddenly go out and buy everything Primaris. What'd you do? Okay.
They tape the tube to my watch because it's the one spot on my arm that guarantees it will not fall off. Evidently it ripped when they took it off.
Uh-huh. Before I forget, I should grab... No, you're the new one. You're not even the one I'm looking for. Where the hell? That one fell over. Did you pull out the black tube?
No. I pulled out the white.
Because there should be a black one with a old label, let's call it. Probably that white one that shouldn't be in that container. Because before I forget, I should mop the base of 2 of those models because they were put on non-airbrushed bases. Summer heat getting to it? Oh, come on. The hell? There we go. Holy crap. Yeah, that's definitely on the uncomfortable side. Much like here in Canada, you guys likely look at air conditioning going, hey, wait, what's that? That is too damn warm. Hell, in fairness, even if you have air conditioning, that is unpleasant. Thankfully, we have not hit anything close to that kind of summer heat yet. And I hope that yet turns out to be a late season scoff. Going, well, not this year. Because we don't have air conditioning. And thanks to the local power company, unless you are making a tremendous amount of money compared to the average worker, you can't afford it. We had ran air conditioning for 2 days, maybe 3, a couple of years back. And when I say ran air conditioning, I'm saying it was maybe 31, 32 out. and we ran it to 25 internal temperature. So we're talking, it was still warm, but it was livable warm. And the power company tried to charge us $1,200 for that. And by try, I mean there was nothing I could do about it except for bend over and take it. So, if it starts getting anywhere close to that kind of temperature, then, for starters, I probably won't be able to be live. Now, thankfully, doing stuff like this takes a lot less stress on a computer. So it's less problematic. But right now it's actually not too bad. It might be 24, 25 out there. Yeah, it's 28 internal. Because we live in a climate where staying warm in the winter is a good idea. That's why the building likes to keep heat. The thing about it is, if any kind of human rights style bylaw were to be thrown down in different places where landlords are expected to keep a temperature at a livable temperature, you'd find a lot of that insulation suddenly being reconsidered and done differently. The hell are you eating? Why didn't you finish it?
Because I'm feeling sick.
Okay. Where'd you go? There you are. Not quite sure how I want to paint up the hose and stuff on this. I wonder if I could find that brush that I was thinking about. So I can't find that brush. Attic. Yeah, top floor of a building, generally close to the roof. Yeah, attic is the correct word. That is an unfortunate location during hot weather. Just make sure you stay hydrated. Normally, if you're in a house as opposed to like an apartment or something set up like an apartment, opening your window, keeping your door open, and whatever access to the lower floors opened, that will allow the air to flow through due to convection, hot air rising and all that. So at least at the start, you're still going to be hot because all of the hot air from, let's say, the second floor, for example, or the first floor, or whatever, all of that's still going to be rising. It's still going to be going up through your window. But if there's any airflow outside, it will start to cool off quite a bit indoors for you, because the air will start flowing in downstairs and stuff. Unfortunately, we are in an apartment building, and that means we can't open doors and stuff like that. So it's a matter of trying to get airflow through the unit, and that's not so easy. You know, I think getting that teal stuff on this one should largely finish that model. Two beers, 3 energy. I mean, it is liquid. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I'm not quite sure if it classifies as hydration, though. Okay, let's think here. If I were to do that teal stuff here, comes up along the back there, comes along here, comes around. I might be able to do that. That might not be so bad. I'm not going to argue with you. Generally in the summer, I'm frequently drinking coffee, and not always is it iced coffee. So, coffee being a diuretic anyway, okay, I might be able to do that. I started that backwards. I was supposed to start with the other one. Dang it. should work. Now, do I have that watered down too much? Garage. I'm not sure if we have garage beer or not. Considering everything going on south of the border and the fact that we have been getting a lot more imports from not south of the border, then it might be something worth taking a look at. I will have to keep an eye out for it. I'm guessing that detail is supposed to be a wire of some kind. Yeah, that should turn out.
Okay.
Excuse me? Best flavors, watermelon. Nice. That looks like it might be even a beer that my partner could get behind. Or additionally, the pain in the ass on the floor behind me. I mean, this is where I make the joke about the fact you're already behind me, therefore. But no, I am assuming it's a Polish beer. Best flavors of it is watermelon lime. Trying to think on if there's anywhere else that I want to do that green treatment. I could potentially put it up here. Oh, I've committed now. %8% should be fine in Canada. I believe most Canadian beer is between 5 and 7%. That 4.8 though is generally not going to be a Canadian beer. No, I know. And I'm just stating, I'm just specifying. Oh, crap. Yeah, sure, fine. Let's just... Yeah, that should work. Okay. Thinking of getting into minis. Oh, well, for starters, for transparency, I am not familiar with Horus Heresy. I do know a little bit about the Mark armors and stuff like that. I do not know if there is a difference in playstyle when it comes to the rules or anything like that, or if it just all counts as power armor. So, from that argument, I will say this. If you are looking at getting into Horus Heresy, or if you're looking at getting into 30k, or 40k rather, 40k, simply using the 30k models, i.e. the older Mark, which, as far as I'm aware, can be done. It's just that the scaling is a little, it's not quite, but it's a lot more similar to what in 40k would be called Firstborn, which is frequently being knocked into Legends at this point. But if you are looking at it from the perspective of what looks cool, the way the hobby is generally supposed to operate is rule of cool. If, for example, there is no difference game-wise between the Mark II and the Mark III, the first thing I will say is, which one do you like? If Mark III is more drippy, if, and this is where I was going to go with that, if you were going to say Mark II, one of the better options right now, depending on your armor, let's say list, how you plan on building your army list and stuff, one of the better deals right now is the Saturnine box. And I say that not because of the fact that I have one that I'm soon going to be posting a mini swap to try to get rid of Mark II, the Mark II armor off of. But it is one of the better deals right now if you could find someone to split with. And if you have not gotten the books and stuff like that, then it will generally be a better purchase for you anyway. From a Mark III standpoint, and I'm not certain on this, where's my mouse? Let me do a thing here. If I remember correctly, there is a new... Where is this the tab? Oh wait, Heresy, new pre-order, and can I... This. So then what I do... No, this. That should be on screen now? No? Why are you not on screen? Why are you not capturing? Okay. So, is this Mark II or Mark III? This is Mark IV. So, this is what I was going to say. Mark IV is the new battle group. It recently went up for pre-order. This is a pretty good deal if you're using any of the models for, 40k crossover stuff, using these as firstborns. I think the tank can be converted into something for 40k. The Contemptor, if I stop tripping over my tongue, Dreadnought would work as a standard Dreadnought. But if we're running the assumption that you are looking at it from the 30k, and additionally that there's no difference on the marks, it's just a visual appeal. That's the Saturnine. This would be the Mark II. And it's like, this comes with the rule books and everything like that. Now, what is the Mark III? Because I know that they had another battle group not very long ago. They've probably taken that one down. That's Mark VI. Cataphracti. Mark IIs. Mark III. Okay. I'm not certain, but I think I have some of those kicking around at the moment. Limited budget. Transfer sheets are expensive for you guys? How much are they here, I wonder? Yeah, $45 is kind of steep here as well. Yeah, $45 for a transfer sheet is kind of nuts. You can get a whole 40k upgrade. No. If I had a keyboard here at the table, then I would just search upgrade for it. There. You can get the full upgrade kit for 45 bucks, including transfers for 40k. So I have no idea why it's so expensive for Horus Heresy. $125. I mean, I suppose the prices are probably still comparable. Let's see, if 120 or 125 for the transfers, so that means your average box of 30k Marines, your 20 pack would be what, around 200 to 250? No, 285, right? The Mark III definitely has a nice look to it. There's no argument on that. From a cheaper standpoint, the Mark II or the new, what was it, the Mark IV, that is the new Battle Force thing that's coming out. Those are a better purchase for sure, but it is ultimately, and again, this runs the assumption that there's no difference in the Horus Heresy rules of what armor mark, like assuming that they're all simply power armor, then it really comes down to what you prefer for your look. As an old 40k player, then the Mark 6 and Mark 7 is stuff that I'm familiar with, although I don't think Horus Heresy has the Mark 7 yet. But the Mark 6 is stuff that I'd be familiar with. The shin guards, I guess that's probably a way to... So, like these shin guards, with the bit that comes up over the knee and stuff, only without the knee cap itself actually being molded. So that just the straight guard, or I think there was some Mega Man armor that was like that as well. And it's like those will always hold a little bit of a special spot for me because of the fact I started in 40k back in like 3rd edition, late 2nd. But yeah, ultimately, Rule of Cool is supposed to win out. So whatever look it is, assuming that there's no rules issues, bullshittery for it and whatnot, then actually, can you hand me the big book there? Ow. I can in fact tell you, at least a little bit. Yeah, there are secondary realtors here and whatnot. They, in Canada and most of North America, they can sell for at most 15% less than Games Workshop. I know in Europe, then they can get away with going lower than that in some cases. A good spot for you to check out if you are not hindered by secondhand models would be either something like Facebook Marketplace, because I'm sure you guys have Facebook Marketplace over there as well. Excuse me. Or r/miniswap. It's a subreddit, and it is an international subreddit. So in the case of, for example, I've got a bunch of 30k stuff that I will be likely posting soon. That's not a sales pitch. But if somebody were to message me from in your area, then obviously shipping is going to be a bit of an ugly thing at that point. But you could find somebody in your area or closer to Poland that might be selling some 30k stuff if you're not hesitant on the secondhand market. Let's see here. Troops, tactical. Because assuming that there's any difference, and I'm already noticing that there really shouldn't be. Actually, there might be an easy way. Let's dip to AI for a second. In Warhammer 30k, is there any difference between using Mark II, Mark III, Mark IV models for any of the units? Or are there units that are specified to requiring certain Mark armor?
In Warhammer 30k, the different marks of armor, Mark II, III, and IV, represent distinct historical periods and technological advancements during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy eras. Curious, while there are no specific unit requirements mandating particular armor marks, each type has unique characteristics that reflect their time period and intended use. Mark II Crusade armor was designed for the Great Crusade expansion. Mark III Iron armor specialized for shipboarding and frontal assault, while Mark IV Maximus armor offered enhanced protection. The choice of armor mark is mostly aesthetic and thematic, allowing players to represent different legions and time periods accurately. Want to know more about how these armor marks look different on the tabletop?
No, I was literally just curious on if there was any on the table. Well, gee, thank you.
I appreciate your interest in the Warhammer 30k armor details. It's a fascinating topic with rich lore and history behind each armor mark.
Thank you.
Happy to help.
So, at least according to the AI overlords, then there isn't any difference. You know, you can use the Mark II, the Mark III, the Mark IV, the Mark VI. I don't remember seeing Mark V on GW's store. Now that bothers me. But it seems to be that you could use any of it for any of it. It's just, you know, aesthetics. So that at least works in your favor in that regards. And your allure to the Mark III won't end up holding you back. I've actually been told I should try Horus Heresy because of the fact of, as an older player, I tend to miss the things like the scatter dice and the templates and all those what would be deemed nowadays as clunkier rules. No problem at all. I will still be here unless I'm taking a break, but I'll still be live. Still something. No, I should probably use that.
At the edge of the hellfire, it's the end of an empire.
Welcome back. Oh, come on now. Why are you not smoothing out? I'll come back to you. Now, are you going to smooth out here now? Is that one of the Wizard War memes? Because if it is, I think the English translation was testicular torsion. Effectively, it's the same thing. Ah, man. Fine. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there's a bunch of shorts. Oh, crap. I'm forgetting the name. But yeah, there's a bunch of shorts for Wizard Wars. And it's some of the weirdest shit you could think of. And obviously some of them are plainly very uncomfortable. Pure fentanyl throw. I mean, that would certainly be an interesting water balloon. Probably a good way to make sure that people are into the water fight as well. I use good in a very loose terming on this. I guess that would be a question on whether or not contact would be enough for that. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Like, how's that phrase go? For legal reasons. Mended butt crack. Now there's the question. Would mended butt crack as a curse bypass the accursed swamp ass crack of the summer? Or would you have both? Oh, from an evil wizard perspective, definitely both would make sense. Could you imagine having to explain that, like in some kind of like a spell crafting interface kind of thing? It's like, how exactly would you argue that you'd have both? Like, what part would be swampy? Well, if you were part of the conversation.
How could I be so dumb? I wanted to believe someone. How could I be so dumb? I wanted to believe someone I shouldn't have. Made the mistake of opening my mouth. I thought you'd understand, but guess I'm thinking doesn't count. I thought the time was signed for me, man. Can't wait to see what you'll bring when finally it's the fan. You tell me I shouldn't want to die. But God damn,
Greater lactose intolerance.
could I be so dumb? I wanted to believe someone. How could I be so dumb?
I'd say that's coming along decently. Trying to think here, other than the eyes, which are picked out after, I guess I need to paint the missiles. Maybe the vents. Okay, so what color missiles do I want on that? I did red on the whirlwind, which probably end up working out just as well on this. Yeah, I'd say that's working out. Catch up the ends with a little bit of brighter red after the wash. So I still have some metal to do on that. All right. Maybe run red wires back along the gauntlet.
You grant them sight, so why can they not see beyond the boundaries of their own mortality? I hold an individual world for each of them in my hand. It will give them hope. It will give them purpose. Life. Without it, these frail creatures will wither and die.
Your underscore imagination just reset for 64 months. Nail polish emoji.
Thank you for this 64-month resub. How's it going, man? Oh, what in the ever-loving crap happened to this? Son of a... OTJ injury? I mean, sounds painful. What happened? On the job, I'm guessing. Ooh. Is this the standard pallet jack or one of the automated pallet jacks? And by automated, I'm not referring to AI. Anybody's worked in warehouse knows the difference on this. Ooh. So, it goes without saying you have to wear steel-toed footwear. I'm guessing it pinched your foot? Because you said foot, which would be different than ankle. And if you smashed your ankle between a pallet jack and a steel pillar, you would have said ankle. Yep, yep. Hot damn. That is unpleasant, to say the least. Did you get a break, or is it just heavily bruised? Because thankfully your foot is usually forgiving with that direction of things. But you're talking about two very solid objects. Yeah. They were... Wait, what? You were only able to be cleared for 3 days of recovery. Do they know what you do? Because HR probably would go, okay, you're a bit of a liability at that point. I need to mute the mic and go grab the hair gel real quick for one of these brushes. You were supposed to get a call. This sounds about right. Because you are no more than 2 hours behind me. I want to say an hour, but let's go with 2. So they got like, what, 45 minutes?
Traces of cyanide in your cigarette. Gun full of bullets for your Russian roulette.
technically office. Yep, so appropriate song is appropriate. I mean, as long as it wasn't a thing that they had to get it done today. Come on. Okay, depending on what time last night and whatnot, then yeah. And usually HR won't be a problem, let's say, when it gets to things being done correctly and stuff. Well, I won't be using that brush today. This one? As in this injury, or this HR thing, or... Oh, right, because you shifted jobs not too long ago, right? Yeah, I was like, it couldn't have been very long ago. As much as it's physically taxing, and I say that knowing that it's significantly less physically taxing nowadays than it was even as little as, 5 years ago. As physically taxing as that is one of the cushiest jobs that you can get. Good job on that. Because supervisors are not normally douche canoes in warehouse jobs like that. Your supervisor and whatnot is generally, pretty on deck with a lot of that. It's like, oh look, crap's got to get done. As long as crap gets done, nobody cares. Yeah. No problem, Ima. I don't know how I feel about you being so adamant about that in an Amazon-owned product there, Blood. If I had an affiliate link posted in chat, then I might actually care a little bit more. Looking at both the time and the volume in my cup, I am going to need a break here soon. I'm confused as to why the snooze button up on the top of the ad in 3, 2, 1 was labeled as 0. Same leg for the crutches. Broke your thigh. Yeah, crushing your thigh and causing a split a physical void in your leg, let's call it. That would certainly take... Ouch. So it was more of a, let's call it a tearing wound. Oh no, so handlebar twisted, and it was the business end of the handlebar went into your thigh, right? I'm actually familiar with that sharp jerking of the handlebar. Yup. My older brother had a pedal bike accident where the handlebars jerked as he hit I guess it would technically be a poorly mended spot in the road, and it was right at the foot of a hill. So, you know, pedal bike, you're on cruise control going down the hill. Okay, so no jerking, but the ultimate wound is probably about the same. In my brother's case, the wheel jerked when it hit the poorly mended spot in the asphalt, and he went head over heels over the bike, basically. The far end of the handlebars dug into the pavement. I want to say we had gone through that spot probably close to 10 years later, and the handlebar indent was still in the pavement in Newfoundland where it happened. Of course, nobody's surprised, small town Newfoundland, when the hell did they get repaved? But one end went into the pavement, the other end went into his abdomen. In your case, you had a burst thigh. In his case, he had a burst bowel. I forget why it was I was grabbing. Oh, probably for the red. Is that on the music playlist? Oh, okay, it's the album. There it is. I'll be better off trying to put it right around here, because there's plenty of water for me to drag in. Give me that. Son of a... Will you work better? I'm guessing that's a no.
This will be the 100th successful firing of the Thor missile, and it will carry into orbit a satellite even more remarkable than the recent Echo. Unlike the Echo, which mirrors back Earth transmissions, the Courier is equipped to receive and rebroadcast messages from the ground. Marking the 3rd anniversary of the space age, Courier relayed a message from the President to the United Nations, a major stride toward a new worldwide communication system.
Dang it. Alright, I'm going to take a break. I need to grab something else to drink and stretch my muscles and crap like that. So, I will be back here shortly. Hopefully not too long. Test 1, 2. So, what happened, Ginka? So that sounds like a, what's it called? Downscaling? Downsizing? Oh, where the hell is the mouse gone to? It's weird that you would have only found that out like a little bit more than a month away from it. And I don't know how it is in the States, but frequently in situations like that here, you get a some kind of a compensation package. Like when FedEx pulled out of Canada for FedEx office, anybody who worked through the final days of the project got a package for it. So are you working up through the end of August and getting 4-week severance? And I got a feeling those laws are different here. Wait, no vacation or PT. Okay, so here, I know that personal time, or rather, correction. I know that vacation time has to be paid out in addition to any severance and so on. I don't know if PTO has to be paid out because personal time jobs up here, personal time off jobs, those aren't common. Even when I worked at a call center for HP, yes, that HP, the computer company, even when I worked at a call center for them up here, there was no PTO. You only... Wait. I don't know for certain if that would be legal here. I am almost positive that vacation time is flatly a requirement. And in fairness, I don't know how PTO would necessarily work. So it's like, maybe there's some kind of a bylaw thing there that would make it so that if you are doing PTO, then you don't have to do vacation because they're sort of the same thing, only not. Okay, so I had somehow left flashing on this sword. There is something I want to try with the power weapons in Deathwatch. Everybody's getting foobarred today. Hope that's not a sign. Because plainly, Electo needs a new job. So like I said, hope this ain't a sign. I would jokingly remark of, nice, where's mine? But let's be honest there, Kinga. You could send me bread. And I would still get hit with steel frickin' tariffs. God damn it, blood. I think that's one of your good ones, too. The hell? I want to get back to cooking. Cooking, baking, whatever. But one, it's a bit of a mental block for me And 2, it's a bit of a problematic block for me. How strong? Physically? Less so than I used to be. I mean, probably. 30 pounds is not too bad. We have a ceramic coated cast iron Dutch oven. Now, in my case, Kinka, it is tied to aspects of my PTSD. And not due to stuff that people would normally expect of, a house fire or something like that. So we have one of the air poppers as well, so like popcorn isn't really a big deal either. Plus popcorn I can take and leave. Of course, you might not be able to hear me, I'm not certain. Oh wait, no, that's ad starts. Here's that thing again. The snooze can't be hit. For me... So... aside from the fact that I've been doing a bunch of digging and stuff like that, and I've actually found... Gotcha. I've actually found that, strangely enough, a lot of my issues, my PTSD and so on, actually manifests very similar to the way veterans manifest. So, that's something I've come to understand recently, but without going into it, a part of plain cast iron. See, I can't trust. I will be very fucking transparent here. It is currently 7 o'clock. Nobody's here. Blood's gone out the door doing frickin' pet sitting again. I will be very fricking clear. I can't trust that a plain cast iron, without it being coated in some way, won't just be fucking destroyed. So, and I don't know why the music is suddenly picking up on the mic. Let me turn the music down a little, at least for me. There we go. So, a lot of my PTSD when it comes to cooking is related to the fact that the last time I did any large volume of cooking. Now, don't misunderstand. When Electo and myself first got together, I used to do a fair amount of cooking. But due to people who caused my PTSD, then my brain interprets cooking in a related form to, how to word it? Before Electo, I used to cook a lot for friends. And the same friends are directly responsible for my PTSD. Without going into any heavier details onto it, because I don't talk about it. So I subconsciously, unfortunately, relate cooking to the same feelings that kind of spark that, because it's all related in my head. Additionally, I do not cook in an environment that I don't feel is clean. Now, don't misunderstand. Don't jump to conclusions and stuff. The apartment isn't dirty. But if I do not have adequate clean space, so if the counter is lined off, let's say dishes haven't been done today, if the counter is lined off with dishes, my brain screams, it is not a clean space. So I have a difficult time cooking, and in some cases, it has been a difficult time for me to simply go into the kitchen and, for example, make myself a coffee, because my brain screams that it's not a clean space. And it gets overwhelming. I think you've showed me some pictures there, Kinka, but pictures are different than experiencing it as well. Anyway, to get to the cast iron being destroyed part of all of this is we have had numerous Tupperware, Rubbermaid, sandwich containers and so on that have been picked up. For example, the most recent one was a set. We got it at Walmart. It had a big frickin' tote, basically, that you could stuff all of it in, so just keep all the clutter in one spot. And it was said, if we get this, anything that goes into it is cleaned and put the fuck away. I am not a neat freak. I am not a clean freak. I need to say this. I have OCD. Cleanliness in that regards is not one of it. And the idea of everything having its own labeled place screams on the other side of my brain, not the one that I live in. But my brain also doesn't function with too much exterior chaos. So considering on how absolutely, how can anybody find anything in the cupboard for, you know, sandwich containers that things have been, there was that agreement. Cool, we picked it up. Fairly certain I can go out into the kitchen right now, and there will be these totes and stuff all over the damn place, most of which are not inside this tub, and this tub probably has all kinds of other stuff stuffed into it instead. And that gets to the thing of why and how would a cast iron be destroyed? Obviously, you season a cast iron, and then you're expected to keep, albeit a thin, layer of oil in it that helps protect the cast iron. And you basically wipe out everything except for just that oily sheen. And I cannot be confident nor comfortable that there won't be all kinds of other stuff chucked in on top of it. Or scratches, which help to degrade. Yeah, dry it completely. That's a whole separate thing. I've had 2 knife sets. One was a professional knife set. When I first moved out on my own, I bought a professional knife set. The knife set was designed that it would never require sharpening, with the exception of a couple of specific knives, because straight blades, they dull differently. I have, and I guess more accurately, I had one rule. If you use my shit in the kitchen, if you use my knives, you wash it, you dry it, and you put it away immediately. No knives, minus the steak knives, were to sit out dirty. Period. Because a dirty knife, a wet knife, will degrade faster, regardless on if it's stainless steel or whatever. It is going to affect the quality of knife. I'm on my second knife set in about 20 years. For the first 6 months, things are actually listened to. Hell, Blood is a good example of that too. She's not exempt. Here are my rules. 6 months later, insert Jeff Dunham Walter joke, meme, line, whatever. Wine, pinch. I've already joked, Kinka. I've already joked that if I can ever actually stop, sitting around in this business, in this job, and, finally get my break, because here I am, 10 years later, I'm still waiting for that break. I'm still waiting for that threshold to be crossed. And I'm not going to give up on it. Not unless I fucking have to. Not unless I'm forced to give up on it. But if I were to ever finally break the threshold there and be able to finally, do things. For example, cooking stream. Because Blood had commented a few times about a cooking stream, and I'm like, not in that kitchen. Because I am not, no. And if I were ever able to get to a spot where I could do a cooking stream, for example, I am telling you plainly, anybody who can hear this, there will be 2 kitchens. And that streaming kitchen won't be used by anybody but me. And that's where I will put my third knife set. It's like I had a nice walk 15 years ago. Electo killed it on me. She feels bad about it. And it's like, don't get me wrong, Electo's a good cook. But over the last I don't know, 5 years, 10 years maybe, she's kind of been spacing a little bit more, not paying any attention to time. And I feel it's related to depression, basically. Because it's never been a problem for her until the job that she currently has. It's like, I can't convince her to frickin' look for something else. Like, this one has practically sucked her soul out. And not in a good way. And it's like, I would love nothing more than to basically say, alright, streaming is finally able to handle everything. Quit your job. It's like, that's it. Tomorrow, you're not going in, kind of thing. Well, what about the next day? Yeah, you're not going in then either. But what do you mean? So, humor me, Kinka. How and why would a cast iron skillet, quote, fix everything? It's like, don't get me wrong, I know that a cast iron can be used for a lot of different recipes, and I know you know, it's the whole, you can go from stovetop to oven, you know, in an instant, and so on. I got a bunch of... Did you put that away? Damn it, she put it away. Here's one for you. You have gas stove, right? And I'm fairly certain most people that I'm probably going to talk to in the States, especially in the southern states. Electric? Okay, okay. Because I know that pans frequently work differently on electric, and it's fucking annoying. We have electric coil as well. So it's like if you had a gas stove and we're praising cast iron, then obviously that's a different argument. I'd like to get an induction as well. Why is the mic picking up the music all of a sudden? And no, it's not. Okay, whatever. I am torn right now as to what I want to be working on. I'll be honest, I was not terribly feeling like painting today in the first place, but painting has to be done. And it's like, this is a small number of models. I've got 15, 20 models still, aside from this. And I'm trying to think here. Some of them still need to be assembled. I also gotta go through and figure out what stuff I'm getting rid of soon, too. You can fry food. Kinka, my dear, sweet Kinka, if you are referring to putting any quantity of measurable oil into a pan and setting it on the stove and using that in place of a deep fryer, I will freaking guarantee you, I guarantee, I will go full Southern on that. I guarantee it ain't happening here. I could do it. I don't trust Electo or Blood to do it. I would rather full change the deep fryer, put fresh oil in it, deep fry a Snickers bar if I wanted to do that, and then full change the oil again. I would rather do that. I mean, fair. Cajun is not Southern, but Cajun is Southern. Fair. I get you. I'm trying to think. There was... Okay, so... It is. I'm gonna have to look up the tutorial thing I had seen. So... Come on, focus. So the nozzle right here, I don't know if you could differentiate the colors. The camera actually on my screen looks like it's blurring them together. But the chrome portion there, the metal, the silver, I want to do a painting technique, and I want to say it's using the contrast paints, but I don't remember. Where it's doing like the heat treatment on it, the way metal has the heat fatigue. I need to grab the mouse and push the ads up out of the way. Best way to get over a fear. If you are referring to the fear of electo or blood in the kitchen with a quantity of oil over heat, the only way that Band-Aid is coming off is if we have them outdoors in some kitchen, like that psycho freaking woman cooking chicken over the big vat of oil on some of those YouTube shorts. The PTSD about cooking is not recipe related. I have cooked turkey, for example, with no hesitation. And it has been cooked to the level that I had someone who had PTSD about turkey, because the only thing that she ever tried turkey as was basically shoe leather, because that's how dead her father expected the turkey to be cooked. And you know, suddenly she liked turkey because it's like, oh look, this is the way it's supposed to taste. And it's like moist, yes, that word. I have no problems with difficult recipes at all. And like I've always been capable in the kitchen. But I guess in the case of ripping the Band-Aid off for cooking, in my case, would be more akin to, okay, let me rip the Band-Aid off. Who wants to fund me having a frickin', what are they called? A food truck. Because that would push me into cooking. I wouldn't be able to avoid it, aside from the fact I don't have my license, so I don't know where the hell I'd park it. But it's like, I'd have to cook for people. And it's like, if I'm cooking for myself, I could generally do that. between... I don't know if... Let me see if I could check a thing here. Can I see that? Okay. So, assuming that that is correct, let me be short and to the point. I can also check this. Yeah, that's fine. So, I think for me, when it comes to cooking, and this is going to come off far sharper or darker or depressing or whatever than it is intended. But I think I would be able to cook more easily right now, despite my PTSD, if the appreciation was there, if that makes sense. And don't misunderstand, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be appreciation. But there's a difference in appreciation when you feel that the appreciation is active versus thank you for cooking so I don't have to, you know? Or I'm not a huge fan of this, but I'll eat it anyway. And it's like, I have cooked some things recently, and by recent I mean, let's say the last 3 years, last 4 years. I have cooked some things, and they've been relatively simple, but, you know, hey, I've cooked. One of which was a roast beef sandwich, similar to what I used to make at Quiznos, because I used to work at Quiznos many, many moons ago. And if I'm not mistaken, it's no longer at Quiznos here. And I don't remember exactly what the reason was, why it was that I wanted to make it, or what it was. But I made it, and, you know, it was good. But for one, our budget right now is very delicate. Electo's hours have been cut back. She is getting 32 hours when we have been carefully budgeting on 40 hours. She is now considered part-time, which means at any point they could trim her hours more, and there's fuck all that she could say about it. They recently, seemingly, have corrected an issue with her payroll that, by Nova Scotia law, was supposed to be fixed within 10 days of her stepping down from the other position. And I use stepping down very loosely. She got pushed out of that position, and I'm not getting into it here on stream. Especially seeing it's close to her getting off, and I don't know if, you know, she might suddenly pop in discreetly. But budgets are delicate. My personal monies is even more delicate. Please see the bar at the top of the screen in case you need emphasis on that. But no. Often when it comes to me cooking, I don't take cooking funds out of the public funds, if that makes sense. So if I were to, let's say I was going to make a simple roast chicken dinner, I would need money in my personal pockets to buy the chicken, buy the veggies or whatever it is that I was going to use for it. It doesn't matter on if we might already have some of the veggies. No, I would still need the money there so that I could replenish the stock in case I used too much. And it's like, well, blessed, what sense does that make? You're going to consume it as well. Why is this such a big deal? Because it's how my damn brain works, and that's the problem. I identify me making use of things as a problem if it means that someone else would then be potentially put out. And I mean that in literally every sense. My brain works in such a way where, let's go to birthday. Let's say I have a birthday cake out there. Let's say there's one slice left. The way my brain works, legitimately, as fucked up as it is it is my birthday cake. I feel like having a slice of birthday cake. Electo might be off in the next half hour. My brain goes, you can't have that birthday cake because if Electo comes home really craving a slice of cake because she knows it's in the fridge, I can't touch it because then that means that she wouldn't be able to have it. Fun, isn't it? But that's the way my brain works. It's like I could have a chocolate bar. And in the case of anything that might be deemed towards snacks, this doesn't always work the same way. But I could have a chocolate bar. And if I know that is the last chocolate bar, I might not touch it. I have had oranges, for example. There have been one of those like discount bags of oranges at Walmart. So there's like 3 oranges in there. Electo can have hers. Blood can have hers. And if I'm not having mine at the same time that they are having theirs, mine will frequently dry up and turn to stone in the fridge before I touch it. Because my brain goes, what if they want it? And it's like it was bought for me. Nobody else is going to touch it. But that's not what my brain processes. Wait, why would you need to pack? I mean, aside from the argument of coming to Canada is likely going to be better than staying in the States right now, there's all kinds of arguments that can obviously be made on that one. And let's not get too political on that, shall we? Boy, howdy. Oh, I guess I can't cover the mic and cough that way. See, there is a reason for my malfunction. I grew up in a home that had very little in the way of disposable money. My family would frequently move, not travel, move to, I guess let's put it into a method that would be more processable. So, Kinka, you're down the eastern seaboard. Imagine if every 6 months you actively moved, packed up everything. You know, I assume you're renting, so, you know, terminate your lease and so on. Actively move to Boston, because that's far enough away as an example. So every 6 months you actively pick up and move to Boston for work. And then whomever your partner might be, you guys are in Boston for 6 months because, let's say, that employment in your area sucks. And you effectively can't get a job. So that's why you're moving to Boston. So you move to Boston. 6 months later, your partner goes, I'm bored. I want to move back. Well, we moved here so that we can actually have money. Yeah, I don't care. Well, you kind of need money to live. It's like, well, you've worked for 6 months. That means you can go on unemployment, right? You have enough hours stored. I mean, technically. So you move back to where you are. I'm not going to figuratively dox you, even though I don't think you'd care of me saying a general state. But you move back. And then, you know, 5 months later, the money dries up, and the lifestyle that your partner wanted couldn't be lived, so you have to frickin' move again. And then 6 months later, same damn thing. Now, I grew up essentially in that home for 10 years, approximately. And that 10 years was basically I'm not sure on how much I should just, trauma dump, because that's what this is. TLDR with it. My mother overspent. And if it meant that there was something that she wanted and it had to be taken from something else, it was taken away. And that's not directly related to the idea of, slice of cake or whatever. I'm talking monetary. If there was $20 left for groceries and there was something she wanted that costed $20, she got what she wanted. And we had to find a way to effectively survive for the next, week, 2 weeks, whatever it would be, on not the $20. So, food banks and stuff, And growing up, seeing an adult, period, behave with that level of narcissistic selfishness. Because it's a one-sided thing. It's like, I want. To hell with what anybody else wants. I want this. And that's largely what created this swirling soup in my head of that type of anti-mindset. And like all through high school, for example, if I were out at the mall and I'm going to be walking around the apartment a little bit here and still on the mic, so some of this I won't actually be able to see you guys. But if I were out at the mall and I were there with a couple of friends and it's like, hey, I'm feeling a little hungry. Let me go over here and have some yakisoba. What? You don't have any money? Okay, what do you want? I didn't ask if you wanted if you had any money. What do you want? What do you feel like? What could you eat? And I would buy it. Why? Because my brain in anti-selfish mode goes, I'm not eating alone. And that's gotten worse with my depression having gotten worse. To the point that I have admittedly skipped meals at home because others have eaten already. And I've come home and it's like, well, I haven't eaten. They already have. I'm not eating in front of someone. And I know it's, effectively a psychosis of sorts. It is mental bullshittery. I am very aware of that. But it is a quirk, let's call it. And damn it, blood, you still didn't... It is a mental quirk of mine that is not easily dealt with in any way. Would this be related to the damn it blood? Because she's gone off to house sitting, pet sitting, whatever you want to call it. She's not going to be back here tonight. And I asked her, before you leave, please move the stepladder away from the plants in the spare room and put it away. What did she do? Not the latter. And by that, I don't mean she didn't put it away, but she moved it. No. It's still in there. This is also unrelated. Before she left... Oh, come on. Before she left, she brought the green bin down and dumped it. And she didn't clean it before she put it back. No rinsed it, crap that's been sitting in the green bin now for the last week. But no, it's like I was saying there, Kinka. It's like that's kind of the type of person I am. It's like if somebody else doesn't have something to eat, then I will actively help. It's like, well, what do you feel like eating? And I have been... Actually, I can't put that back yet, because I'd have to move the damn ladder first. I was going to put the paints away, because I'm right around that point, and that's why it is I've been packing up while I've been, yapping here. But it's like, if I'm out on my own, let's say I go to one of the business parks, and I'm flatly out on my own, I could leave here at 10 a.m., I could not get back until 8 p.m. or later, and I might, while I'm out, have a chocolate bar, or, one of the big hefty cookies at Walmart, kind of, I can't think of the brand. But it's like, I might have something like that. It's like, I won't necessarily sit down and have a meal. I won't go to McDonald's and have like a $5 kind of thing. Because in my brain it goes, why do I need to? It's just extra money. It's extra money that could be better spent somehow else. But unrelated with that, cycling back to the whole me cooking thing, it's like I take that money out of my own pocket because it's something I want to do. Therefore, why should it come out of the collective coffers? So if I were to sit down and, let's say for a week, that I did all the cooking, it wouldn't matter on if, that was the plan or whatnot. In my brain, that would be going, it's something I am doing, therefore it comes out of my pocket. And I don't hold anybody else to that. As a general rule with me, if I ever get irritated at someone, for example, you, Kinka, if you and I are ever having a conversation, and I get pissed off at you, for example, because you don't seem to understand why insert thing needs to get done, or effectively, you just sit around and wait for me to do it kind of thing. That's because in my brain, I don't expect anybody to do anything that I don't expect myself. Which is the reverse of the thing about the spending money for cooking and stuff, because I don't expect someone else to do that, but I do it. I'm fairly certain you got a number of ways you could piss me off, but that ain't the point here, is it? It's like on a similar thing. I have a very difficult time taking what would be considered. Yeah, I'm wrapping up here as well. So let me mute this one. Okay. So yeah, it's like I was saying real quick. I don't remember what I was saying, so I guess that would be real quick. So yeah. What do we got here? Oh. I got nowhere to send you then. Fine. You be that way. Oh, pack ended early. Well, shit. Well, that is going to be it for me here tonight. A little bit of a random painty thing where I got some work done. I got some. That's what matters. If I get the same amount of work done that I got done today for the next, let's literally say every single day. If I were to get all of that work done every single day for the next 2 weeks, I'd have every single one of those models completely finished. So it's not bad. It's not great. I should have got more done. But my brushes were fighting me. My brain was fighting me. And yeah. So that is going to be it for me here tonight. Kinka can then bugger off and go do the food thing. And I can take everything down and then move the ladder the blood was supposed to do and do a few other things the blood was supposed to do because, well, blood didn't do it. And then put away the paints. Like I could have had done by now. That is going to be it for me here tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. And until next time, as always, have a good one.